Hello, everyone, to everyone just joining, people who have been waiting, and everyone watching things back on the VOD, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this. Hello, welcome to another stream, and it is Game Dev Sunday once again. I may as well throw on the Spyro music, before I just forget. Let me think. We're gonna go for Super Bonus Round. I like the song, and I've been listening to it a little bit lately, so may as well. So Game Dev once again. In terms of what we got done last time, off the top of my head, we implemented controller support for the project, so you can now use the controller to control the player and whatnot. So do everything like move around, jump, air dash, attack, charge, stomp, everything that the player is able to do, you can now do on controller. And also, for the most part, I say for the most part, it really, to be fair, it really was for the most part. For the most part, we were just, figuring out the logistics of how we're storing, like what collectibles the player has found within a given level, and whether or not it's just done as a singular dictionary / T-map, as Unreal C++ calls it, or if we're doing it by level.
I'm really feeling it.
Anything. Oh, thank you ever so much for the follow, Playful Pond. But yeah, figuring out the logistics for that, and slowly testing things bit by bit. So if we go back into Rider, I say that as if I am not doing this for the first time this stream, or first time during the stream. Oh yeah, also, there were some things that I tweaked that, originally, the whole thing for, collecting the collectible as a whole, originally, this was split into two different methods for this interface, or for the interface methods. They were collected primary collectible and collected secondary collectible, respectively, and they essentially just did the same thing. So, now, instead of that, collected collectible implementation, yep. This is just the singular thing here, and then when we're adding the collectible to its respective T-map, we check what type of collectible it is, which is set via an enum. So we have an enum, it's called eCollectible types. There's only two values that will be used. Of course, there is a default sort of max value that we use just in case we just forgot to sign any at all. But primary or secondary, those are the two types that we have written that we will likely sort of default to. And if it's primary, it will be added to the primary collectibles map if it doesn't already exist in there. And if it's a secondary, then same thing happens, but it's added to the T map for the the secondary collectibles. So that would be in the context of our game, that would be fruits and everything. And the reason I do this is because a key thing that I kind of realized during the previous stream is that in, say, Spyro, the Spyro games, because that's a lot of where we're getting our inspiration from. In the Spyro games, when you pick up gems and whatnot, they don't reappear because they're added to your total gem count, and collecting gems is important for level completion and stuff. So if, say, for example, we're looking at Spyro 3, if you collect all the eggs and you collect all of the gems within a given level, so that's regardless of whether or not you're just getting them only in the main level, or if it's within not just the main level but also little side areas in the level, or the character specific segments in the level, because they all count towards the same total gem count for that level, then that just means, oh, you've 100% completed that level. And I kind of want that sort of idea rather than like how the original Banjo-Kazooie does it, where yeah, there's a total there's like a total number of notes in each level, which is always 100, and whether or not, like, doesn't matter whether or not you've collected like most of the notes within the level, they will just respawn, and it only kind of like, for completion's sake, only records like your high score for notes for that level. Which I've always found kind of weird. I've always thought that to be a kind of weird way of doing that kind of collectible. It does its job for that game and what it needs to do, but still, it's very weird. Especially considering the fact that even if, like, you collect, like, a specific number of notes within a given stage, and you leave and re-enter, like, the notes that you collect when you re-enter a stage aren't, like, tacked on to your total note count. It's only ever updated whenever you just, like, collect more than what you had collected before, if that makes sense. But, I should play the original Banjo-Kazooie on stream at some point, just, like, not only to beat the game, but also to kind of make a point out of this. But, yeah, trying to remember how I got in this tangent. Oh yeah, making sure that the collectibles, like, the smaller collectibles actually stay picked off the ground. By doing this, I'm essentially, you know, storing these with this kind of, like, they have an ID. They have an ID, and like, when we're checking to see whether or not the collectible exists, when we say load up a stage, because this is stored on the player state, and this will always be applied to a player character when the level's loaded, and we'll be loading, like, the player state rather than just, you know, saving a whole player and then loading a whole player, because, you know, it's a bit more lightweight in the sense. When we load the player state, we'll be loading in, like, whatever things we have saved into it, so whatever data that we have stored onto it, such as what the player's health was, maybe what their health was the last time they played the game, but their maximum health, and how many of the main collectibles and the sub-collectibles that they collect. That will be stored, as well as, like, the actual, like, IDs for each one. And then when the level is loaded, and, oh hey, we're checking for this collectible with this ID, does this collectible already exist within, you know, the player's collected stuff? And if it does, we're just going to hide it and make it impossible to collide with it, essentially. Which is important for making sure that, you know, we don't accidentally essentially collect a certain collectible again, because that's not what we want. But, yeah, I feel like I kind of went round and round in circles trying to explain that stuff, but basically, simply put, we store what we've collected. When we load a level or load the game, we check if whatever is in that space has already been collected. If it's not, then we leave it. If it has, then we hide it, make it impossible to collect it again and whatnot. And that's kind of an important element of making sure, like, completion is done in a way where it can't be, I guess, exploited, so that you can just sort of cheap out on, like, how you're gathering collectibles, so you can't just, you know, shortcut your way to the end and break the game, possibly. So it's important that we do this. But that was, like, the other main part of the last game dev stream, aside from, you know, small little elements of working on the controller support and everything along those lines. Though a lot of it was also sort of like not just the controller support, but was also sort of like, like planning things out for how we were gonna, you know, store the collectibles and all that jazz. But yeah, oh yeah, also, now I remember, there was a funny little hiccup that we picked up on during the last stream. And that is, that being, I don't know why this happens. I don't know if this is, like, specific to the editor. I haven't tried testing it out in a build yet because I haven't, you know, built the project at all. To be fair, I could do that. I could do that maybe at some point today and we test it out, you know, see if it works. And if it does, like, replicate the same problem, then I don't know where to go from there. But essentially, what would happen is, at certain points in play mode, and I'm gonna grab my controller for this, because, also I didn't sort out the, little stuff with the rotation, because I haven't been doing anything with the project the entire week, because, you know, week of Christmas and everything, I've just been taking a nice little break from just doing things in general. Aside from stuff around the house. But, I didn't sort those out. I do want to sort them out so they're sort of bobbing up and down rather than just kind of like being in spot. And I know it wouldn't have been too much, but I do want to sort of like, I did want to take a break from everything. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, at certain points when the player pauses the game, and I'm going to have to do this like every single time, like I'm gonna have to alternate between and I don't know if it's like when the player starts to be in motion or if it's like off of a wall jump, but there is the slight chance that when the player is doing something, like when they're pausing the game, I also accidentally press the Xbox button on my remote. I don't know if that's going to bring up the game bar or anything. If it does, then I'm going to be upset. But it shouldn't, because I disabled, like, most of the gaming services on my PC, because it was kind of frustrating. And it was causing me issues with stuff a little while back, so... yeah, it doesn't seem to be happening right now. I don't know if that was just, like, things being a little unstable last time. Who knows? But it really shouldn't matter. I'm gonna do this on keyboard, because, like, while... Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, there we go, we did it! We made it crash! I don't know what happens. It says unhandled exception, exception access violation, reading address, 0... And that's what... And the weird thing is, this is when, like the UI is actually initialized, because as you can see right here, like, it's on line 143 of the project, of the custom player controller that I have, and I know that the code was open in the background of the display capture, but if we go into the actual window and we go down to line 143 of this, which is down here, so we have this line here, which is the widget blueprint library. And what we're doing here is we're setting the input mode so that we only, you know, can, like, interact with and provide input for the UI. So when the pause menu's brought up, that's the only thing we can interact with. Just in case you didn't remember or you didn't know about this, this is what's happening here. But for some reason, when this line is called, and I don't know if it's specifically this thing that's happening right now, like if there's any part of this, or like anything else, but for some reason, when that's called, some kind of error occurs within the Unreal Editor's UMG, and I'm assuming this is to do with the editor, because like, if I get the feeling that if I was to try this within, like, a packaged build, this wouldn't happen at all. And it's so strange. It's so super strange that this happens as I'm doing this thing. So, we tried to figure it out, during stream last week, and I don't know... I thought I found, like, some kind of solution during it, but it didn't work. I thought flushing input would actually, you know, work on things. Yeah, for some reason that's just kind of happening. I don't know if it's because, like, it said it said it was trying to access something. It's something within the UMG. I don't know if it's like a value that I'm providing with like it can't be the player controller having issues, because this exists. Of course this exists, because otherwise this wouldn't happen. I don't know, it can't be this, because this is just like setting the mouse lock mode to, you know, not lock the mouse in place so you can actually see, like, or actually move the mouse around and have it not be constrained to the center of the screen. B flush input essentially clears like the previous input, and I thought that specific thing would, you know, be the fix for it, and I thought it worked, but apparently it didn't, so that's weird. The only part of this that I could think could cause an error is, you know, in widget to focus, because we are not providing anything here. And normally that shouldn't be a problem, but maybe it could be the fact that we're not setting an actual widget to focus on. Maybe this is causing the problem, like on the slim chance that this is causing a problem. I'm gonna say throw in pause menu. So we got B flush input. And to be fair, since B flush input didn't actually work, and also actually kind of causes some problems with things if like with some of the input stuff, I'm gonna set it to false again, because it, like, in terms of like jumping inputs and whatnot, you actually have to essentially just double press things again in order to properly jump, and that's kind of, that makes things feel very clunky and unresponsive. So I'm just going to take the easy route and set it back to false rather than have it be true. To be fair, I could just get rid of this, like, this input for the parameters here, because by default it's set to false anyway. But I'm just doing it just because. To be fair, I'm gonna set the playlist to shuffle rather than, you know, just me spending a little bit of time trying to choose more songs and stuff. Whenever you know a given song finishes. Right, so, back into the editor, because we're going to open again. What do I get? I don't know. Now that I've done this, I have a strong feeling that things could go wrong, but I don't know. Oh wait, that goes back to the main menu anyway. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I meant to just repeatedly do the same thing again, so... Oh yeah, also, another thing that I had realized with flushing the input when the player was jumping, instead of, you know, like, if you were to just sort of jump Oh, wait, no, there we go. Still crashed. So, exception, access violation, UMG. I don't know why. I don't know why this happens. So we're gonna let that load back up. Right, so weird thing that keeps happening, and just I'm just gonna make the assumption that it's just an editor thing with this version of Unreal. And as I said, I may try and attempt to do a package build just so I can. You know what? I'm gonna do that now, but I'm gonna do that with the window hidden because I do not want to do names and stuff. So. Not build, window, tools, platforms. I've forgotten how to do this. I haven't. Oh god. Project settings. I also need to sort out things so that the actual size of the build is small. So, where is packaging? So project and list of maps to include in the package build. So game maps, main menu, UMap. To be fair, I could do this bit like right here because it's literally just like, you know, like it's not that bad. Game maps, test level that UMap. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to add a second. Whoops. Right, so add another array element. Let's just ignore that. And then say test level UMap. I never remember. So build config. Additional asset. Hold on. Let me. There's a video I normally follow for this just to double check and make sure that I'm doing it correctly. Hold on a moment. Right, anyway, as I was saying, I need to find, reduce size of Unreal 5 engine build, Unreal Engine 5 build. There it is. There's the video that I normally follow. I feel like I get this video up for myself every so often, so I can remember how to optimize file sizes and stuff. Also, actually, on that note, shared material native libraries. Right, hold on. So, shared material native libraries. Cook only. I believe cook only maps is used. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Exclude edit content when cooking. Which is, you know, important because we don't want to include any of the edited content. There we go. Right. So those are like the little stuff for optimizing the, you know, actual file size and stuff. And I picked up on stuff or stuff like this earlier this year because I realized, oh wait, for the most part, when you're building a project in Unreal Engine 5, those things are huge. So I follow that every time I need to build a project in Unreal because, of course, I inevitably forget. I don't do it that often. Because I don't properly get like a proper build out in this like every so often, but I do it. I make sure I follow those to make sure that, you know, file size is minimal. It's, you know, an important thing to do. Like I guess in a way it's one element of optimization, but you're optimizing the actual file size, which is, you know, important. A thing that some game dev studios don't do these days, and that's kind of tragic. There was a video that I saw a little while back, and it's called like the death of optimization in AAA games or just in games in general. And yeah, no, like the fact that so few companies actually decide to put effort into optimizing their games for one reason or another is it's dreadful. It's honestly dreadful. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly hide the window while I start, you know, cooking builds and whatnot. So I'm gonna go. Oh, whoops. So platforms, Windows. Yep. Package project. And because I'm doing this on an SSD, I haven't actually tested like building a project on an SSD. So this is going to be an interesting experience. Let's see. So project builds. Rat former, because that's going to be, you know, the little tentative name that I use while I figure things out. And this is just going to go into a folder called test build. So that goes in there. And now we're just going to, you know, see how long this takes. Normally this takes forever. Normally this takes a long time to, you know, get through. So who knows? Maybe this could take, you know... I keep saying, you know. Why do I do that? Oh. This normally takes a lot longer, so... At the moment, I'm very optimistic. Packaging failed. Oh, that's concerning. Where is the error? Fatal error, could not open include file Unreal widget. No such file or that's... Okay, that's concerning. Fail error. Right. So TP. That's weird. Right. So. Anyway, so public UI HUD, so that's in the TV HUD class. So apparently, TP widget base, Unreal widget, possibly unused, include directive. According to the cannot include, so it's in the H, cannot open include file unreal widget.h, no such file or directory. Let's see. So let me look on the internet. So cannot open include file unreal widget. Does this break anything in here? Doesn't break anything in here. Does it break anything in here? Include wait, so why is it having a problem with this? Because it's saying it doesn't exist, but it does exist. It's strange. That's very strange. Alright, I'm gonna close the editor for the time being so we can rebuild this. And we're going to see if changing this line of code has, like, any ramifications at all. We're going to see if it breaks the project. If it does, then we're going to have to put the line back in and figure out what the hell's going on, because it doesn't like it for some reason. We're gonna build and hope for the best. Build and hope for the best. To be fair, that's all you can hope for most of the time when you're compiling code and writing it in general. You hope for the best. Fun, considering the fact that I'm just doing a thing to test whether or not things could just... Okay, never mind. It turns out I didn't need that line of code for some reason. Why did I have it? That's weird. I had it. I don't know why I had it. If it wasn't needed, then why did I have that include? Like, I'm just not gonna think about it. If I can't explain why it was there, then it just probably didn't matter. Anyway, we're gonna try the same thing again. So, Windows, package project. I'm gonna use the test build folder that I made, and we're gonna try this again. And it's just going to build everything. This is where it flags another error and we have to dive back into the code again because, you know, there's likely something that we missed that actually the engine doesn't like. So, but yeah, it's kind of strange that this stuff is happening with the pause menu, considering the fact that in no other project that I have made ever, while I've been using Unreal, where I've had this type of pause menu, this has never happened. Oh wait, allow access, because this is needed to do the stuff. So, you know, important things are done. I won't do anything if it takes less than 10 minutes somehow, but, I love that. And that took... Damn, that took 2 minutes to build. Like, I know it's, like, not that much, but normally this type of thing would take way longer to make a build for. So, you know what? I'm very happy. I am very happy with how fast that was. That's crazy. So, build exists. Wait, I never actually got to check. So... What? No. Edit project settings. And then I believe... And I think I can edit the resolution for the... Never mind. Dimensions. Window. Okay, I'm not sure. Anyway, but that's ready to test when we need it. There's a thing that I'm thinking of. There is an important thing. There is a very important thing I'm thinking of that I thought of while I was waiting for the project to package that small little test build. What was it? Oh wait, no, now I remember. I wanted to talk about an important little thing that I do want to go into, that I made an offhand comment about, because, like, I feel like because we're doing little bits today, there won't be too much of the whole, like, programming, putting things into levels, getting that kind of stuff done. It will mostly be, like, planning things out, you know, as we would have been doing, like, the past few streams. But also, in a way, like, sort of illustrating what some more of my aims are, I guess, on more of the technical side of things, because that is important to identify this early on, rather than, like, get most of the way through into a project and be like, oh, you know what, maybe I should have done this. And that would be stupid and silly. That would not be a good idea, because then that would possibly mean having to restructure and rebuild so much because, you know, of a sort of careless way of thinking. So, as I said, while I was like sorting out those little project settings for packaging the project, I said like, oh, that's you know, a little way of optimizing the project. That's optimizing like the file size of the project build, you know, when you're doing that kind of stuff. One thing that I was kind of thinking of, as I said, there was a video that I watched which was very important, and was very important to this point, was the video that I saw about the depth of optimization within like modern gaming. And some of them were like talking about like how games themselves, like how the graphics are being sort of worked on, and like the overall sort of like resolution of textures and models and stuff and everything like that, is that they're not really building them like for like, they're not really making it so that you're running like either a fairly moderate level of detail like efficiently on a low-end computer. They're only making it so that nowadays, like for example, like for Nvidia, like we have like Nvidia DLSS and like frame generation and all that junk. We have essentially like these modern like tools that are at the disposal of developers and also like GPU manufacturers or companies that essentially, oh, your device is not too powerful to be able to run this at this resolution or this graphics setting normally. Oh hey, how about we're just going to use artificial intelligence to either upscale it so that, you know, we can artificially make it look crisp and clean, or hey, it may not be running at 60 FPS now, but we can kind of fake that by essentially generating some like non-existent frames between two different ones. And like, sure, like technology has quote unquote advanced, but in my opinion, stuff like this, like the whole DLSS and like frame generation and all that, has basically caused like graphics to essentially devolve in a way. Like, for all the quote-unquote moving forward that we've been doing, we've really just been kind of moving backwards in terms of like what it means for actually building a game and making sure that it's playable on at least a moderate, like medium kind of setting for most players. Because like, oh, people are just going to like, they may just play it on the low resolution or low like graphic settings, but hey, they're going to use this thing to essentially artificially upscale it, which in most cases really doesn't look that good depending on the game. And I say in most cases because it's definitely in most cases. In most cases it really doesn't look that good. It kind of looks like shit. And the same with the whole process of the frame generation. Like, you're making up frames as it goes along, and because it's just doing that quote-unquote dynamically, it's just kind of, it feels weird and unnatural. So there's that. There's also the fact that like some devs are not properly like taking into account how much, like how many objects, how many assets are loaded in within like a camera's like render distance, and you know, are not really taking advantage of culling that well to sort of like minimize how many things are properly loaded in detail, or hell, just using like level of detail kind of stuff when the, like, dependent on player distance from things. This is something that, like, games back in the day did very well, because of course, yeah, back in the age of, like, the N64, the PlayStation 1, and all that jazz, the technology was limited, you know. Like, 3D games were still kind of in their infancy at that point. And because of that, because, like, some teams will have, like, a certain vision for what they want things to look like, or how they want things to run. And because of that, like, in order to sort of properly do things, like, as they wanted to, whilst, you know, paying attention to the limitations of the technology they had, they used some clever tricks to essentially make it so that, oh, yeah, we have a lot of things on the screen, but actually, either it's being loaded at a very low level of detail further away. So, for example, this, for all intents and purposes, could be like a little, like roof of a tower or something, but at, like, a very far, like, distance away, this would just appear as, like, a triangle. And then as the player gets closer, this sort of starts to take more of the shape that it has. It loads in more of the details. Things look a bit more, you know, as the developers intended. And this was something that the original PS1 trilogy of the Spyro games did masterfully. This is what I think they did very well in terms of how they were able to, you know, run as they did on the original PlayStation. The fact that at a very far distance, objects in the distance would just be rendered at a very low level of detail. There were, like, different levels of detail dependent on the distance, and depending on how far Spyro was from a specific thing, that thing would either, like, become more detailed as they grew closer to it, or less detailed as they moved further away from it, and so on and so forth. And that's something that they did well. Another thing that is kind of, like, I know that the whole effect is tied to the franchise, and I'm saying this as someone who has never played it, but someone who is also just very aware of the legacy that this series has, and the whole, weather is foggy, you know, let's make a joke about this game. I'm talking about Silent Hill, and the reason why I'm talking about Silent Hill is because, yeah, like, the whole, like, town enshrouded in just a thick blanket of fog, and all of that, that is essentially inseparable from the identity of the series. And when you have, like, something as simple as a weather effect that is very much tied to the identity of your series, like, that's kind of a, like, a crazy level of recognition. But the thing is, like, the reason why the fog exists, and I know it contributes to the game's style, the game's aesthetic, the themes, and also the genre, like, being, like, horror and whatnot. Like, it contributes to that, but also, it was done as a means of essentially obscuring, like, things that haven't been loaded in within the player's render distance, and so they could hide, you know, it being loaded in as the player moved towards a given location. And that was a very clever way of doing things back then, because, again, it was taking notice of the hardware's limitations. You know, it can't load in or run too much, because at a certain point, depending on how much there is on screen, the frame rate just absolutely dies. It is just bleh, awful, terrible. But trying to remember my point. Oh yeah, no, my point is that with, like, the Silent Hill 2 remake, like, the fog is still there. Don't get me wrong, the fog is still there. However, from what I saw from that video that I saw, and, like, someone using essentially a mod to disable the fog within the remake, the fog existing doesn't, like, hide anything that's being unloaded or loaded back in, considering the fact that within the Silent Hill 2 remake, nothing is unloaded, or not too much is unloaded. There is still, like, a considerable number of objects that are being loaded in a considerable level of detail in the distance, despite, the fog existing. And because of that, like, while I understand that the Silent Hill 2 remake was, very well received, it got a lot of very positive ratings and whatnot, I feel like it just kind of defeats the purpose of, like, I know, the fog's there for the aesthetic, it's there for the mood, and it creates that sense of, like, uneasiness and confusion, but at the same time, just keep using the whole, like, the thing for what it was supposed to be used for, hiding, the fact that things haven't been loaded in, hide the things that are just being loaded in as the player approaches them, and so on and so forth. Like, there's a reason why some games just don't perform that well, is because some developers just don't really care about the optimization. They care about, let's make games look absolutely hyper-realistic so we can see all the pores on this person's face, or all the wrinkles in their skin as they're moving their fingers or their arms and stuff. Like, while it's, like, impressive to see how, like, graphics can look, it also just kind of, like, it makes it very, like, it's to the point where it's very inaccessible to, like, the average gamer, because, like, oh, you want to be able to run this game now? Oh, you need, these specs, you need this graphics card, you need this generation of CPU, you need this amount of RAM, you need an SSD, which is slowly becoming a mandatory requirement for some games, which, bearing in mind, while this SSD that I got, like recently, while it's been useful for, speeding up the compilation process of my code and everything, I mainly got this for Monster Hunter Wilds. That shit releases in 2 months, and that game requires that you have an SSD in order for it to be able to run properly. Like, for even it to be able to just run normally. And I'm assuming that that could potentially be one of the reasons why I kept getting the funny... I mean, aside from some optimization issues, I guess that could be potentially the reason why I was getting the funny low poly raid down, low poly just monsters in general kind of problem that I had during the beta. Either that or it was like memory leak stuff, I have no idea, but I'm still gonna say that, like, not using an SSD at the time was possibly one of the main contributing factors as to why I was having those kinds of problems. But yeah, no, games slowly requiring SSDs, like, as a standard is kind of ridiculous, considering the fact that, yeah, sure, like, depending on, like, the overall storage size, SSDs for, like, the purpose of, like, either general file storage or gaming are, becoming more and more affordable. It's when you look at the NVMe and the M.2s that it kind of gets a bit ridiculous depending on the size, because those prices sure do scale. But yeah, no, rant aside, a lot of things are not being considered in terms of, like, optimization, and it's kind of sad, because it used to be a whole lot more accessible. It used to be that you didn't have to require an SSD for a game. I mean, sure, you could use it, it could run potentially a lot better, you wouldn't have too many issues running it on a HDD. You didn't need to have, like, or have to set a game's graphics settings to low or lowest quality because, the devs didn't build, like the medium / like, approaching high quality settings for, like, mid-end PCs in mind, because nowadays, not even mid-end PCs can run those things. Only the very, very absolute high-end. The types of PCs that you sink so much money into. And honestly, another thing that just frustrates me, like, I know things can look impressive depending on, like, the graphics and everything, but stop making things look so gritty and realistic. It's boring. It doesn't feel fun. It just makes it feel like you've copy and pasted the same thing over and over again for many different games, but in just somewhat different fonts and different contexts and everything. It's draining. Do something unique with the technology that we have. Make the graphics look stylistic and imaginative and unique, just like people used to do. And that's the reason why I love Psychonauts 2, because despite being made in Unreal Engine, despite, you know, oh, it could have been looking a little bit more realistic, it still has its art style. It still embraces its visual identity, and that's why I love it. Anyway, rant kind of over. I'll actually go over the stuff that I want to work on for optimization, and also the ad is starting, so I'm going to throw this on here, and I'm going to take a quick little breather because, man, I've been ranting for a little bit, but also, wow, I need to get a drink because I'm a little bit thirsty. So anyway, I'll be a few moments. I'll be right back. Just hang on tight. See you in a few moments. Right, and we're back. I also realized that whole spiel of me like going on about like starting about my whole thing about optimization in games. I think that went on for like 10 minutes. I went on a whole... It might have been 10 minutes, it might have been 5. I wasn't keeping track, but it was like a very long rant about everything. But, hold on a moment. Game optimization on the budget, right. It's getting very different memory usage. Game time is maybe quite different in the build as well. R.DC equals 0. Find the botnet. Everyone sites. Alright, so a lot of what I'm seeing from, you know, like optimizing stuff within like an Unreal 5 project, a lot of it is definitely pay attention to a lot of the profiling and stuff. Like, so... So, like, of course, there's, again, like, so, in terms of objects that are being rendered, so for optimization purposes, culling is an important one. So, like, whether or not things are loaded in, like, in their entirety, or if we're sort of, like, hiding things. A way to kind of do this is either using distance culling with the cameras themselves, or another way, I suppose, is level streaming. And level streaming, I haven't done this myself. I know that this exists. Level streaming, as a whole, I believe, as a basic sort of concept, level streaming... UE5, and I know something similar could be done in Unity. Oh yeah. I was right. So essentially, what level streaming does is essentially you have, like, one large world, but you can essentially divide that world, or that level even, into essentially smaller, more manageable chunks that are only loaded and only rendered when needed to. So, essentially, you can have one area of a level that is, like, loaded in when the player is there. They enter, like, a little tunnel, and as they're entering that tunnel, which I suppose, in a way, could be considered within the persistent level, it unloads one section and loads in the section that they're moving towards, and they just do that, like, in that way, or, like, there's, like, a select few chunks that are loaded in around the player while they're in one chunk, and they move into another one, and any others that are not, like, within the vicinity of that particular chunk are just unloaded, and anything that's within the vicinity of that chunk that hasn't been loaded in is loaded in, and so on. So stuff along those lines. There's also the matter of how materials and textures are built. There's also the fact with lighting as well. They're setting a minimum and maximum draw distance for like so many objects within a scene. Also, light culling as well. So there's not just like culling of like meshes and stuff, there's also light culling too. So and there's also like very a lot of very small things to consider when looking into, say, culling for lighting, because is this light moving or not? Does it really need to move? Does it need to change color or change its size or like angle? Like, you need to consider that as well. Do not overlap too many stationary lights. Because otherwise one will be forced movable if like 4 stationary lights overlap, or more than 4 overlap, and that adds considerable cost to like the frame rate. As I said, level streaming is good. I know there are other things, like there's a whole bunch of other things with the lightings and shadows and textures and whatnot, especially considering the fact that, let me think, considering the fact that with our project in particular, this is something that I pointed out before, and I may sort of illustrate again. I'm thinking. Oh yeah, no. Now I remember. So, considering what's happening with this project and what I'm aiming for, at the very least, and this is something that I haven't managed to achieve with the test level, because trying to adjust that texture is kind of super frustrating. Or the texture for the actual like geometric brushes is kind of frustrating, but essentially, as you can tell here, like there's no like real kind of like lighting applied to a good chunk of the objects within the scene. There's like some that have some like lighting and shadows applied to them. Say these objects that don't have the things like the actual like blank material that just doesn't like have any sort of shadows or reflection on them. And the reason for that is that back in the day of the PS1, like we didn't have or I say we, I'm saying is that I was like actively alive when the PS1 came out, but you know, eldest member of family did have like PlayStation, and that was how I played Spyro 1 as, well, not Spyro 1, Spyro 3 as I was growing up. But essentially, like, there wasn't like dynamic lighting and everything. There wasn't like dynamic shadows and all of that jazz. A lot of the shadows on models and objects and whatnot were essentially like painted into the textures, rather than, oh, we have this thing that just like outlines where shadows may or may not hit based on the normal map, or how lighting hits an object, and so on and so forth. These were just kind of very static and flat, but we still had the textures painted in and all that jazz. Or the shadows painted into the textures. I should breathe. But yeah, a lot of it was a matter of, oh, this stuff is kind of painted in, rather than, you know, being calculated on the fly because of, you know, technological limitations and all that jazz. So that's what we're going to do eventually when we, you know, actually model stuff. And start making things eventually, because I do want to actually properly, you know, pick up like 3D modeling in Blender as a skill set, or as part of my skill set, because it would make things a lot more versatile rather than having to rely too much on external assets. While like external assets can be super helpful, but at the same time, I don't want that to be the only thing that we do. And I only really want the external kind of assets to just be a sort of, okay, this is a thing that we're using to test an idea and test a thing that we're trying to do, and eventually we're going to make our own thing to replace this. Because that's really like what a lot of the process of prototyping and stuff should be anyway. Like, if you're prototyping a thing, you're going to use a thing that you're going to use temporarily. You're not using a thing that's permanently used. And I feel like some people do kind of make that mistake. I've definitely noticed it, like, fairly often, depending on, like, whatever Kickstarter scam it was. And it has happened a lot. So, yeah, just that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's another thing. Like, we don't, in terms of the lighting and stuff, we don't need things to be dynamic. We really don't need most, like, lighting sources. We just need things to be static and flat. And same goes for the shadows. We really don't need shadows at all, because as I said, those will just be painted into, like, models and textures and stuff. So, I'd say other elements of the optimization that we need to consider as well. Like definitely level of detail stuff as well, because as I said with the original Spyro trilogy, there was the whole concept of how, we have things at a distance. So say, like, this is, like, again, this little tower is, like, at a distance, like, a far distance. So consider this to be, like, very far away. This is rendered at a lower level of detail. And then if we go here, like, down here, so underneath, we're going to have, like, the same thing, but it's going to have, like, a bit more detail. There's going to be more polygons that are being rendered. For example, we're going to actually have, like, all of, like, the details for the textures and stuff being rendered as the player gets closer and whatnot. So basically, that's another thing that I want to do. I want to be able to find a way, and I'm pretty sure that this can be done in Unreal. I want to be able to find a way to emulate that kind of, like, level of detail adjustment, because not only would it help considerably with performance, you know, still keeping things rendered on the screen, but also, you know, minimizing how many, like, polygons are rendered. but also it's going to lend very well to the overall, like, aesthetic of the project, because this is the kind of stuff that I'm wanting to emulate. So actually, while we're sort of going on with things, I'll just go back into the editor. I'm going to quickly look up some things, probably on my phone, so I'm not just clacking away. Right, so PS1 style level of detail in Unreal Engine 5. I mean, to be fair, it's not really a PS1 style thing. It's probably a general, like, oh, you can just do level of detail stuff. So I guess searching for a specific thing doesn't really apply here, because you can just kind of do that. It's a thing you can do in Unity as well. And it was something that, when I was learning about, like, randomly generated environments and stuff, that was a thing that was kind of, you know, being, like, put into consideration, because it was, like, loading up, like, it was essentially being used to generate this kind of landmass for things. Like, it had hills, it had valleys, it had, like, mountains and stuff, and, you know, like, a different sort of, like, color / texture being applied at a different layer depending on, you know, whatever height in the world it was, like. But at the same time, there was also the ability to sort of, like, change the level of detail and stuff, which was super useful. So being able to do that in Unity is good, but being able to do that in Unreal as well is also good. Although, apparently, this can be done automatically. So, I want to go look at... Like, I don't know if this can be applied to a static mesh. No, it can be applied to a static mesh. I wonder if this can be applied to a skeletal mesh. So, we're going to go into... Player... No, wait, no, that's not that, that's there. Characters, temp model, we're going to go into Wraplat, we're going to into skeletal mesh, and I don't know if this can actually be done. So, LOD auto. Alright, so according to this video, we'll go into... There's an LOD picker, but there's LOD settings. And one thing that kind of annoys me is that nowadays YouTube has this, or at least YouTube on mobile. Oh, hello! Oh yeah, no, that's tomorrow, but... Or today or tomorrow, but thank you. I can't believe it's been a year. Wait, where's LOD group? This is a different saying, that's weird. Test LOD transitions and minimum LOD. Max number. I don't know if that changes anything. Oh wait, no, number of LODs is there. Whoops. Gonna do 5 and apply changes. Oh, it does! Oh! So, I know this really doesn't, like, apply to this model, because this will be, you know, what we eventually use for the player. But, however, this is just for testing anyway, but as we zoom further and further away, like, you can see the level of detail change, so instead of it just looking like that, like, everything becomes a lot more angular and jagged. And then, as we go a bit further away, things kind of disappear, which is kind of weird. But, as I said, we're not really considering this for the player model. We're just going to be doing that for, like, say, actual level environment stuff. So, I'm going to apply changes, and now there's only one level of detail for the player, which is, you know, what we're intending on anyway. However, I don't know if we have anything that we can sort of... Oh, wait, actually, mannequins, meshes, and at the moment we're using the skeletal mesh for Quinn for the player. I mean, eventually we won't be using this anymore, but there is already 4 levels of detail for this model. What if I was to generate 20? I feel like this might... Oh. Apparently there's a maximum of 9 levels of detail. Oh wait, no, it's creating all of them. Yeah, it's generating different... It's generating all the levels of detail for the model. Waiting for skinned assets to be... Uh-oh. This is taking a moment. But shouldn't take too long because of SSD and whatnot. If I go... What if I click regenerate? Is that just going to regenerate all the levels of detail for this model? It is. I should not have pressed that. Now I've got to wait a moment again. Well, I guess I can kind of see it with this model too. Can't remember if it was like 3 or 5. It might have been 3 levels of detail for this model. Right, there we go. But yeah, the same can apply to this model, and the same can apply to any model that you need, I guess, different levels of detail for, which is pretty useful. So that's going to be useful later on. So being able to generate the different levels of detail for like different distances, that's part of the optimization. Another part of it is involving like collisions and stuff, because by default a lot of things have like collisions like set to query and physics, when really a lot of things just only need query only, because if we're checking for physics, then it's a lot more costly on the overall performance of things. So, for example, say take this temp flying enemy. We're gonna look at the mesh that it has at the moment. And at the moment, this mesh is basically... Oh, it has a capsule, so this mesh only has query only. So this doesn't, like, check for physics collisions, this is only query only. So it's used for raycasts, sweeps, and overlaps, and not for, like, bumping into things. The cone mesh, collision presets, is query and physics, which is not really helpful. We only need this to be query only because we're not actually bumping into anything with this cone. So we're just doing that. This, however, definitely most likely needs query and physics. But there are definitely, like, some components and some other things that don't need, like, collisions enabled or don't need query physics or anything. It depends on the component itself and depends on the object and what you need it to do. So, yeah, no, honestly, chat and people watching things back, I'm definitely getting into more of the headspace for, figuring out what good, or what points are essentially good for optimization. Also, a fun thing that I am learning about Sonic as a franchise, because, you know, the subject of the movie has, like, come up and how it's performing in Japan, and also the subject of how the franchise does in Japan compared to, like, the rest of the world. It's interesting to see that Sonic as a franchise, you know, despite originating from Japan, has never, you know, done very well in Japan. And it's very interesting to see because let's look at Sonic 2, for example. This is a thread that I found on Twitter, by the way. Looking at Sonic 2, like, not the movie, the game, the Genesis game, or, well, I mean, it was Mega Drive in the Japan, but, you know, Genesis everywhere else. But an interesting thing to consider is that, it sold very well, across the US and Europe. It sold, like, Sonic 2 sold 7 million copies across the US and Europe. However, in its own home nation, in Japan, it only sold 400,000, which is actually insane. And it could potentially explain, like, while, like, Sonic does have, like, an identity within that region, a lot of it is very kind of cutesy stuff. Rather than, you know, a lot of the energy that the franchise is known for. Like, it's very interesting to see that stuff. But yeah, no, generally interesting things are being sort of, like, report of today. Like, optimization, my whole spiel about the fact that most game devs nowadays don't care about optimization, and it upsets me. My consideration for, oh, this is how I'm wanting to try and optimize things in my project, and all that jazz. But, all that aside, we haven't really been chugging along with development too much. This is kind of like, rather than a we get on with a lot of things kind of stream, this is more so of a, we're just kind of doing little bits, but mostly planning things out and talking about things kind of stream. Also, the music's ended, so, random, the random shuffle for the playlist has given us Midnight Mountain. Cool. So, as I said, this is more of a, we talk about things mostly, we get on with some things, and we're trying to find out fixes for other things kind of stream. In terms of things for the player, tweaks for the player, might I say, there is some things that we can do for, like, optimization sakes. There are other things that we can do for the temporary enemies for optimization sakes, though this is more so of a, we're going to kind of do this just as an example, and then hopefully when we get, you know, proper enemies and everything, we're going to apply that to them as well. So, the mesh itself, of course, it's query only. The arrow component doesn't exist, like, outside of everything. It is kind of there just as a means of, like, showing, like, where the thing is angled to. Query in physics is used for, like, bumping into the walls and stuff, and also bumping into the player as well. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't have like a thing that, actually, that's a good point. I haven't actually, you know, done a thing where just running into the enemy without charging into them just damages the player. That's an interesting point. I didn't do that. So that's a thing we can do. That's a thing we can throw onto the list. So, let's go sticky notes. Right, so I added controller support. So I don't need that there. We've got basic implementation for that, so I can get rid of that. I still need to do the ladder detection. Sadly. I haven't done that yet. But a thing that we need to do is add contact damage. And now this is a point where I definitely need to cross-reference the original Spyro trilogy on. And I'll probably do that off stream, but there probably definitely was like a whole thing, like if you just sort of like walked into an enemy, got damaged by them, and then you just walked into them again. There might have been like a brief period where the player was invincible, and if so, they wouldn't get damaged for like a brief period of time, but otherwise, they'd eventually, get hit again. As I said, I'm not too sure on this, but contact damage, that's a thing we need to do as well, but we still need to do proper ladder detection. I have been putting this off for a while, and something in my brain is attempting to put it off again, but I need to get this done, because I have pointed out for the past few game dev streams that, oh hey, we have ladder climbing. I mean, there will probably be invincibility frames. There will be invincibility frames, but I'm not sure if it, like, yeah, things can get a bit fucky. But I do need to cross-reference with, like, Spyro and Crash and my other games of the time as well, just to sort of, like, get more of a feel for it before I actually sort of, like, try and mess around with how I do this for this project. Also, I still need to sort those out. They're still not, like, They've only gone up and they haven't gone down. Because I think what's happening is that they're constantly like... Oh wait, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Where is my collectibles? If I look at the cube... Yeah, no, that's just constantly staying there. So... I think breaking things down in terms of what's probably a bit more manageable first. And then, you know... Also, I don't know, is this adjusting the scale? I think it actually adjusted the scale too. Let me look. So we've got... Temp collectible, because this is supposed to be like a 0.5 scale. Yeah, this has been adjusted to a 1.0 scale. Okay, so something's automatically adjusting its scale. Oh, wait, no, yeah, no, I see what's going on. It's setting the delta transform scale to 1. Whoops. Screw you, bot. Block them, deny the message. Oh, well, ban them and then block them, not block them, block them. That just means I'd be doing the same thing. But yeah, that's sorted. But again, completely forgot about the fact that it is setting it is adding local transform. But yeah, there is an interesting thing that is kind of going on with how it goes up and how it goes down. So I'm gonna do that. That's sorted now. Okay. It's just kind of stuck there, so... I may need to work this little tidbit out, so... Practice clip. Make a new thing. Do a new thing. And then we say... Let me think. Done something similar to this, so... And then have it go down. So when it's positive, so when it's +1, it goes up. When it's -1, it goes down. And that, or whatever, like, positive or negative version of, like, +1, -1, or +2, -2, or whatever the speed it is. And then when it reaches its limit, then that's when it sort of switches. But at the moment... Okay, so... Okay, so... I realize I'm doing a thing wrong there, because... So if we go into the event graph for this, we go to begin play, we're going to make another variable. I'm going to say if this is... So this is going to be lower elevation limit. This is a crude way of doing this. There's probably definitely a more uniform way of doing this, but at the moment this is what I'm going to do so we can actually, you know, have this work properly. We're going to rename this to upper elevation limit. And then we're not going to set upper elevate or lower elevation limit automatically. No, manually. We're going to set it automatically. So we're going to multiply upper elevation limit by -1. So we get the inverse. And then set lower elevation limit. And then inside of the adjust mesh elevation method, instead of doing this, we're just going to say check if it's less than or equal to the lower elevation limit. And then just do that. So hopefully this should work a bit better. There we go. It could be moving a bit faster though. Because at the moment, the elevation rate is 25. And that's moving from 0 to 50. But then again... To be fair, lower elevation limit could just be 0. We could just have it set to 0. And then have done with it. Screw it, it's going to be 0. Lower elevation limit's just going to be 0. Rather than have that rigmarole of it sinking way below where it needs to be. So that's going to be 0. And then the elevation rate for it is going to be 50. And then for all intents and purposes, we really don't need lower elevation limit anymore. We could just get rid of that variable, and we're just going to say less than or equal to 0. So now... And again, it could be a bit faster. So say we set elevation rate to 75 instead of 50. Right, so one little thing done. Sorting that out. That was a thing that... Oh wait, I realized I did not switch back to the editor. I did not switch back to the editor at all. I did it again. But anyway, we fixed this. We fixed this now. So now they bop up and down. They're not like staying up when they move up. The scale is, you know, what it's supposed to be instead of being forcefully increased. And I'm happy with that. Happy to have gotten that sorted. But yeah, that's one thing sorted. Now, in terms of player adjustments themselves, we're going to get rid of those windows because we don't need them at the moment. We're going to go into Rider. I hardly knew her. Sorry. Gonna get rid of the collectible interface because we don't need it at the moment. And we're gonna get the player character header or H file and the player character CPP done, or not done, but open. And the reason why I might be considering some adjustments is because, I mean, let me look at things in the editor again, just so I can, you know, double check things. So there's still an extent to, like, oh, if the player wanted to jump off a wall at this angle, they could not, like, detect it properly. Like, when they adjust themselves slightly, then they can, but when they're, like, too far like this, they can't. And maybe that's a personal preference thing. Maybe that probably wouldn't make too much sense as, like, an angle that the player can wall jump from. Like, maybe that's the case. If anyone, like, in chat or, like, watching things back could let me know if, like, that kind of angle would be a bit too much, then definitely, you know, like, to be fair, like, looking at it, like, that's okay. And then, like, having that, like, yeah, now I'm, like, trying to put it into practice, it definitely does look like a bit unrealistic in terms of, like, an angle you can jump from a wall from. But maybe if this was another game and we had, like, wall running, then that could work there too. But given that this is not a game that involves wall running, we're just going to ignore that. So back into the code. I know a while back I think I did adjust the coyote time. Let me just go back into the editor. So game, blueprints, player, BP_player. You know, throw that there. Coyote time limit. I did. Originally, this was a lot longer, but because of how long Coyote time was, there was a chance where if the player was just, like, quickly, like, pressing the input for jump as they were leaving the ground, they could just get, like, another normal jump in, and that was a bit too weird. So I did adjust the Coyote time so that there's, like, a lot smaller of a window. Still a manageable one, so when the player sort of, like, walks off of a ledge, if they want to jump, then by all means, they can still just, you know, do a normal jump. But at the same time, it's a lot less lenient. So it's a lot less lenient than it was. And honestly, in terms of, like, a thing for platformers, I do love having Coyote time, because it's one of those things that, like, really serves as a very good, like, quality of life kind of thing, but also a very user-friendly thing, like, oh, the player didn't mean to, or didn't mean to walk off so far. They can just, you know, quickly attempt to correct themselves and everything, and that's cool. Now, another thing. So, at the moment, and this is a very big, you know, at the moment, much like Spyro 3, when the player is charging, the camera zooms in, and, you know, the camera's supposed to zoom in to give the idea that, oh, hey, the player is, or to contribute to the idea that, oh, hey, the player is moving a lot faster. They're, you know, they've sped up, they've, you know, started to charge at things rather than just, you know, basic run/walk type deal. However, something that I've noticed, like, while they do that in Spyro 3, in some other games, I mean, this is not really along the same lines, but in some other games, instead of zooming the camera in, they zoom the camera out. But I don't know what looks better. like, I don't know what, I don't know what works better in terms of, like, conveying speed. I don't know if zooming the camera in would be better for this, or if zooming the camera out would be, you know, the better choice for everything here. Um, to be fair, like, this is, like, it's a matter of preference, like, not just for, like, players, but also for myself, maybe? I need to try and put myself into the perspective of the player. So, in a way, like, building a project as something that not just, like, other people, but I would want to play. So, let's look. It would be camera default FOV, current camera FOV, yep, and camera sprint FOV. So the camera sprint FOV is the field of view that we change the camera to when the player is currently sprinting. At the moment, it's set to sort of zoom in rather than, you know, zoom out. But I'm going to adjust this so that it zooms out to an FOV of 105 rather than zoom into an FOV of 75 from 90. So we go here. Like, I guess maybe that may or may not work a bit better. It definitely gets that feeling of, oh, like the camera is almost being left behind, you know, by going fast rather than how it felt before. Because if I change it back to 75, which is what it would zoom into, then it doesn't really feel like things are moving faster now that I think about it. Like, it just looks like we're kind of focusing a bit more on the player rather than, you know, actually conveying, like, a sense of speed. And I may be entirely wrong. I may be completely wrong and I've gotten it the wrong way around the entire time that I've been working on this project, in which case, I'm very sorry. But, we're going to set it to 105. We're going to use that as our little, like, sprint camera FOV now. Because, generally, this makes things feel a lot faster. Like, even though, it's the same speed that we have been using for the sprint, it does make things feel, like, visually a lot faster compared to just zooming the camera in. And because of the kind of game that this is, like, the sort of aesthetic and art style that it's kind of borrowing from, I don't think we need speed lines or anything like that. It wasn't used, back in the original Spyro trilogy, so, you know, we don't need those there. Also, kind of curious about something. Because I don't know if this is a thing that you can tweak or configure within the camera. Alright, so motion blur is, like, disabled by default. Cool. Because I was wondering if, like, because, you know, motion blur wasn't a thing back, like, way back when. Or at the very least, if it was a thing, it wasn't used. But it wasn't used back in that era. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. But yeah, motion blur is on with a small value by default. To remove it, oh, right. Okay, cool, thank you. Sorry, just heard you talking about it now as soon as I got it. No, that's fine, that's fine. I was thinking, oh, it's off, but no, it is on. that's only there, but... Oh, defines the target FPS for motion blur. Independent of actual frame rate and relative... But this is only... I guess this is only if, like, I actually have motion blur amount set to anything other than 0. But yeah, thank you for that. That was very helpful. So... that is kind of... Oh, what am I working on? So, my whole thing is that I'm... Also, ads are starting. I'm going to quickly explain before, like, the ad break properly start. But my whole thing is that I'm trying to make a PS1-styled collectathon platformer, kind of like in the vein of the original Spyro trilogy. Because I grew up with Spyro 3 when I was younger, and I really loved the game so much. And I replayed it earlier this year, like, not Reignited Trilogy, but, like, the original PS1 Spyro 3. And I, like, even before, like, I played it again, had a big sort of, like, burst of inspiration to make something like it. So, I've been trying to do that. I've been trying, like, there is a thing, like, I tried making, like, a character model for it way back when, and I did the basic modeling and stuff, but I didn't do, like, all the texture unwrapping and whatnot, and I really wanted to kind of do that, and I haven't done it yet, which is sad. But I do want to actually properly lock in and sort of work on that eventually, because it would be pretty nice to just sort of get that sort of finalized and have something looking, you know, fully textured. But in terms of the model, because I was following a thing at the time on making like a PS1 style model in Blender, it's in the characters folder, it's here, and if I drag it out, like, has like a lot of the kind of angular stuff. I also have like the whole like vertex displacer kind of effect going on with like a material that I learned to make, like, just how it would have kind of looked back in the PS1 era, but because I want to kind of go like very all in on stuff.
I'm really
also,
feeling it.
Thank you ever so much for the follow, to Madre. I hope I'm saying that right. We're one away from 100. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't want to say it incorrectly because, like, you know, I'm very sort of like big on making sure that things are pronounced properly, so I don't want to say it like wrong and then be like, oh wait, oh god. But yeah, glad I got it. But yeah, no, like, I do want to texture this thing, because I was pretty proud of when I was learning how to make this, because while the tutorial I was following was like showing, oh, this is what we're going to make the model look like, I wanted to make, like, because my little platformer, at the moment, I'm just calling it my rat former, because, like, I want the main character to be a rat. I want, like, the main collectibles to be cheese, and the, like, I guess what you could call the gem equivalent collectibles, like gems in Spyro. I want that equivalent collectible to be, like, the fruits and stuff that rats eat. Don't worry, I did look into this, like, a few weeks back. I did kind of research this a little. So, the reason why I'm only having cheese be the main collectible is because, like, while they do eat cheese, it's not recommended to give a rat too much cheese. So the main collectible being cheese actually kind of makes a bit more sense, rather than it just being, you know, the thing that you find everywhere. And then just have fruits be everything else. But yeah, I do want to return to working on, like, getting the texturing and stuff done for this model, because I was pretty proud of getting this, like, sorted out to the extent that I got it to. To be fair, it's been, I think it was like 6 or so months or so now. Also, to the rest of people in chat, welcome back. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this, because we don't need it in the level at the moment. Another thing, I do need to work on the player ladder stuff, and this is a reminder for me to stay hydrated. Thank you, Nightbot. And also take my important stuff to help me breathe. So just a moment. Because especially given the winter, and how it's actually been really cold the past few days, this is essentially a lifesaver for me. Like, honest to God, like, not only has it been, like, dreadfully cold, but it's also been, like, very foggy as well. Oh, there we go. Whew, right. But yeah, not only has it been dreadfully cold, it's been dreadfully foggy too. And like, I normally with a fog, I'd think, oh, it's gonna be like 1 or 2 days, you know, it'll pass, it'll disappear quickly. No, it was foggy on Friday, it was foggy yesterday, and it was foggy today. It wasn't too foggy this morning as I was heading to work, but as soon as the evening hit, it felt like I was walking home from work, while playing. While I was walking home from work, it felt like I was just in Silent Hill. Just like a sort of semi-thick layer of fog, like all around me as I was walking home. I don't like that vibe. And it was terrible when I was out the other day, like when I was out going to see Sonic 3, because like it was foggy to the extent where, like, where I was at the time, you couldn't see the tops of buildings, and that was actually kind of very unsettling. So, yeah, no. Like, it's not like a sort of, this is ruining my life kind of thing, but it's more of a, this is kind of uneasy that it's persisted for this long kind of deal. So, yeah, but generally, like, with it being cold and everything, the kind of stuff that helps me, you know, breathe a bit better. Honest to God, lifesaver. It's important. It's very important and all that jazz, so... But, yes. The big thing that I need to sort out is let me think. Oh yeah, no. Right, let me consult the list. So add contact damage, which we could do eventually. Ladder detection, which at the moment, for people who don't know, and there is a very good chance that you may or may not know how I've done it so far, ladder detection works like this. Walk into the thing, because this is just a ladder itself, walk down, and at the moment, even if I'm like down at the bottom of the ladder, if I press like away from it, the player can't walk away from it, which kind of sucks. If I press jump, it sort of like lets them to detach, or allows them to detach for a moment before it just detects it again, and you can walk off from the side, but that's, you know, obviously not ideal. And the annoying part is that I've been kind of putting it off for the past few weeks. You know, because procrastination and all that. I'd been intending to for a while. That's been on my list for a while. Yeah, honest to God, you feel, yeah, like, it's an important thing. But then in my head, there's also, oh God, I'm going to have to make, like, several, like line traces every so often, like not every frame, because that would be very, you know, costly, but at the same time, you're on Twitch procrastinating what you need to do in Unreal Engine yourself. Oh no, no, I know you're watching me do stuff in Unreal, but no. Oh, good Lord. God, just... But yeah, no, I've been intending to get around to it, but then there's other things I've been trying to do, like, oh, let's add controller support. Oh, let's try and find out why pausing the game during gameplay for some reason is periodically crashing things in the editor, or, hey, let's also do the little bits with the collectibles, which I've got the storage thing for, like, how we're recording what collectibles have been collected sort of down, because we're using dictionary / T maps for that. But meanwhile, I have been pushing the whole we should improve how we're detecting ladders thing to the back of my mind for so long. And it keeps coming back like, hey, you should definitely do this next time. And I keep saying, yeah, we're going to do this on stream the next time. And I just never do it. So you know what? I'm going to try and get it done this time, because otherwise I am never going to get it done. I am going to keep saying, yeah, we'll get it done next time, and then I won't do it. And then I'll say, okay, definitely this time we're getting to this. So, no better time than now. Yeah, no, exactly. There's no better time for me to do this than right now, otherwise I'm just not going to do it at all. See, I love getting on with the stuff, but at the same time, if it's like, my brain, there's overloading my brain with stuff. Like, not in the sense of, oh, this is difficult for me to understand, but this is more of the sense of my brain feels overwhelmed by so much stuff. Let me do things slowly and, like, in small chunks. You know, that kind of deal. Yeah, no. At least you get it, yeah. But yeah, so I may as well close, like, the editor while I'm at this. For me, it's just when I know that something I need to do will be a pain in the neck. Yeah, no, like, I know it's going to be frustrating. I know that it's going to be worth it at the end. But at the same time, it's just... God, it's so much. But I'm going to close the editor for the time being so that I can just, you know, bish bash bosh, get it all compiled when I feel like I need to test things and make sure that it's working. I'm also getting the feeling, don't let me actually do this right now, let me do this later, but, adjust, I'm gonna add this to the list, adjust frequency of line traces for wall slide. And I don't know if I already did this. Check for storm target, check for wall slide. I don't think I did. Check for wall slide. Yeah, check for wall slide. Oh yeah, no, I do this every frame when this method's being called. Or at the very least when the player is falling. I do this every frame when the player is falling, and that's not like too often of a thing, but I could definitely make this more performance. So I'll write this also as a comment in the code. So to do adjust wall slide code. So no, to reduce frequency of line traces for performance reason. Why did I make it a capital P? So for performance reasons, you know, for the sake of optimization and stuff. So what I would ideally want to do is, I don't know if I actually like made this as a thing that I was doing. Oh yeah, check for ladder climb. I added this as a block of comments a little while back. So check for ladder climb. So I would need to use basically 2 line traces. And this is the reason why I'm thinking to myself, yeah, this is going to be better if I actually, you know, have this be a thing that happens as a result of a timer rather than having it happen within a tick function, because then otherwise this just happens constantly. And that would just be awful. Ugh. But I think I would only want the second line trace to happen, like the one that points down, to happen, you know, when the player is on the ladder. So, and what I mean by this is, if I go into Clip Studio to illustrate my point, this was the thing I was doing earlier for, like, having the collectibles bounce up and down. That's working now, so I don't need that. that was from me looking, or sort of like trying to illustrate a point about like object level of detail and stuff. And this was me talking about how what technology that we have for graphics and whatnot is actually causing things to go backwards in terms of optimization. But yes, in terms of the ladder climbing, as we already know, at the moment, it's just a matter of, like, player goes into an object that is defined as a ladder. So player, ladder. So they're moving towards it. They go into the little overlap space. And then while they're in the overlap space, then they can move up and down the ladder, and they can also move left and right, and then, but they can't like walk away from the ladder. They can't walk away from the ladder when they're on the ground. So that's the problem with the current ladder implementation, as I already demonstrated, but I'm also illustrating it now. Just like, wouldn't it be easier using finite states this way? Switching the state would be straightforward and easy. I hadn't considered that, actually. Actually, I hadn't considered that. Hold on, I'm just letting my brain process that, because it's like, huh. Like, if grounded and climbing, start climbing. Like, switching the state would be straightforward. Yeah. Hold on a moment. Let me just look up. UE5 using finite states. Handle state specific logic there. Yeah, like okay, genuinely, the states, the events, initial state, transition function, final states. Okay, there is a video on this. There is like a whole... Like, I know state machines are used for like animations and whatnot, but in terms of like the actual behaviors and stuff, okay, that doesn't help me. Like, this video actually doesn't help. Then you define conditions for changing from one state to another, like how animation states work. Hi, Cryomin! They're very useful to keep track of everything happening to anything. You can just do Google checks to emulate the same functionality. Yeah, no, yeah. But finite states will absolutely decimate the amount of checks that you have to do. Yeah, because, like, a lot of it is just... Good God. Oh, God. God. Okay, right. Because now that there's that thing to consider, this probably, like, in some sense rewrites my whole consideration for this thing. So, like... So, for example, like, of course an enum would be the way to manage, like, states, because that's how you would normally do that anyway with, like, a finite state machine. So, for example, it'd just be E player state. Kind of like how, like, movement mode has their own states, but I feel like it's just trying to get this to work around other things is, like, a bit of a balancing act. But we'd have player states, we'd have moving, jumping, climbing, wall climbing. No, not wall climbing, wall sliding. And etc. for whatever else we need the player to do. It's just an idea. I don't know your implementation of everything else, so it could be worse for my use case. Also a good point, yeah. I think for now, like, it could be a consideration. It's a consideration to have in my back pocket in case I want to adjust things. Or essentially restructure my entire project. Who knows? But, that's something to consider. I'll, at the very least, get, like, a sort of, or part of, like, an enum set up in the header file for the player. I need to remember how I would... There was a page I was looking at for this. Or, like, looking at stick machines. Did I put this before or after? I can't remember. But I'm gonna throw this in... Oh wait, I did not change to my thing. Whoops. I'm gonna throw this in, so enum. I don't know if I want this to be a blueprint type. I didn't... Whoops. Enum class E player states. So we're going to have this be ES underscore walking. It could be EPS underscore grounded. EPS underscore grounded makes way more sense. EPS underscore climbing. Falling, because that would be used for, like, either jumping or for the wall slide stuff. But I'm just going to have that there as, like, a basic thing. Where is... I need to remember how to do the other thing. Oh yeah, I did it, so E... And it was U meta. U meta display name. U meta. Oh, whoops. Display name equals climbing. And then U meta. In terms of what I'm trying to do this time, Cryomin, I'm trying to I'm trying to make adjustments to like how like ladders are currently handled in my project, because I'll just get this little bit done and I'll compile code. This shouldn't break things at the moment, so we should be fine. We should be fine with compiling this. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. The one thing that you always say when you compile a new bit of code that you've written. And it shouldn't take too long. But, at the moment... But at the moment, with how ladders currently work, ladders themselves are... Let me think. It is handled, I believe... I'm trying to remember... Like, part of it is, like, somewhat handled with the player controller, because that's where I'm handling, like, the inputs and everything, but also some of the movement changes and whatnot. Rather than just having all the inputs and stuff happen on the player character, just to separate them. But if I go into the player controller just quickly, just to refresh my memory on things, because sometimes I can go, like, even a little bit of time without looking at things, and then be like, oh, whoops, I don't remember stuff. But in terms of where player move is... Oh yeah, no, so we have the player move, which of course is bound to, like, the actual input action for this. We get everything, like the rotation, the yaw rotation, where the forward and, like, right movement direction is. And instead of, you know, doing the apply movement thing normally, we do handle forward input. But then we also still, you know, add the movement input to the right, because we still want that to be normal. But in terms of the forward input, I have a specific method for this. It's not here. I do need to organize things too, so I can add, like, different sections so I can track things a bit better. There it is. So handle forward input. So we pass in the forward direction, we pass in, like, the input scale, so whether it's positive or negative, and we're passing in the pawn that's being controlled. If the... And also, another thing that I'm pointing out, in terms of, like, separating things between the, like, the player controller and the actual player object, there's, like, a little middleman that I use in the form of an interface where we check if the player object actually implements the interface, or, you know, the object this is possessing actually implements the interface. If it does, then we'll just do what we need to specifically do on that object, and if it doesn't, then, you know, just don't do anything. I like having that layer of separation, because at the very least, we're not, you know, having it specifically be dependent on an actual object or class needing to exist on it. And hey, if we need, like, a different player character model that can do something different, then we can kind of still do that. So, yeah. Anyway, as I was explaining, if we... First we check if the pawn that we're possessing with this controller is on the ladder. So this method exists within the interface, and in the implementation within the player itself, if we go down to where this should be within the public section, get is on ladder implementation, that's over, that's given a definition within the actual class. Wait, get is, yep, yes, get is on ladder. I could have made it like a course inline instead of just one that's, but I'm not too sure on, like, how that happens with implementations for interface methods. So we get whether or not the player is on the ladder here, and then back in the player controller. So if this is true, we get player movement, set movement mode to flying, so we don't have gravity acting on things. We don't have, like, you know, the player's condition or state being, or movement state being set to falling. And whatnot. And then we get the actors up vector, and instead of, you know, moving the thing forward, like, this thing here only exists, like, if we're not on the ladder, we're just moving forward normally. Otherwise, we get the upward direction, so based on the actor's current upward vector, and then we add the movement input using the forward scale to the up direction, so we move the player up and down. And that's fine and all, but if we go into the editor and we do the thing, we demonstrate what's going on, because, you know, that's always nice for people who are just hopping in now. When we walk into this thing, like, you know, we move up slowly, we can move down slowly. I do need to replace this keyboard. My brother gave me his old keyboard, and he said the only thing that's, like, an issue with it, apparently, is the spacebar, so, you know, may actually be a good trade-off. But we can slowly move up and down the ladder. We don't have a climbing animation yet, because, you know, I haven't gotten that far. At the moment, I'm just, you know, making sure the things work, and then, you know, doing all the visuals and animations and stuff like that. But at the moment, because of course I do want the player to be able to sort of climb from side to side, so they can get off the ladder that way, and if they climb up far enough, also don't mind the flickering. That was a thing that I was testing with applying one of the materials, or I think part of how I've been handling the dithering effect to that, but I think it's been having some odd little, some odd effects on it. But we're gonna have the player be up here. If we press the jump, like, that drops them all the way. To be fair, that's not a good demonstration. Yeah, I definitely need to, you know, have that thing not be affected by the thing, because otherwise, that does kind of bug me. But anyway, like, the player can sort of, like, move side to side off of it. Of course, if we move to the top of the ladder, then, you know, we're at the top of the ladder. We don't, you know, just, like... Also, a thing that I've noticed is that if the player is jumping into the ladder, it will still apply whatever momentum that they had prior, which I don't think I want. So once I've gotten, like, the actual, like, the new stuff set up, I do want to sort of rejig that so when the player jumps onto a ladder, it just stops them from moving quickly. When we climb down, like, all the way to the bottom, even if we're, like, holding back, which is literally what I'm doing right now. So if I climb back up, like, we're going up. If we climb back down, I'm holding down. I got to go for a bit. Catch you later. No problem. Like, thanks for stopping by. And also, thank you so much. Like, I really appreciate it. Also, to anyone who's, like, here, like, if you want to join the Discord at all, I mean, that may not necessarily be, like, your MO or anything, and I'm not forcing you to, but if you want to join the Discord at all to sort of, like, keep up with things like stream announcements, schedule announcements, all that, the link is right there. Like, I normally... To be fair, I should have updated my schedule for, like, the next week's worth of streams today, but I forgot because of work. Both yesterday and today, so I'll probably do that either later tonight or tomorrow morning when I wake up, because I normally do it then anyway. But yeah, if you want to keep up with those announcements, just hop into the Discord, you know. But yeah, as I was saying, even if I just hold, like, down, like, what is considered to be downward input, so the S key, for example, on keyboard and whatnot, it just doesn't, like, it won't let the player leave. It won't let the player move away from the ladder. And I know there's probably, like, a way of, like, doing that with the tutorial that I found, but I feel like with this system, it may be a bit Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, now I remember. So if I... Never mind, that doesn't help. Actually, I'm gonna make the ladder mesh taller. I'm gonna make the ladder mesh taller. I'm gonna make the overlap box slightly taller. So 300. Oh, wait, whoops. I did not mean to move that. I'm gonna actually move the object itself up. And this is actually significantly taller than it was. So, cool. Right. Like, this is way taller than it was already. Okay, that's super weird. Like, eventually at some point when the thing wears off, because it's like, there's a timer on how long the player, like, just doesn't latch onto the ladder if they walk forward again. Eventually, like, when they're able to again, they just sort of are able to latch back on again. Now that I think about it, I may not actually need to make a more complicated version of the ladder checks at all. Simply put, I would probably still need to make a check, like, every so often. Hold on. Yeah, no, actually, I would need to make a check. I'd still need to use a line trace, but I think I'd actually only need to use the one. I would only need to use the one. Yeah, no, yeah, as I said, I may actually just only need to use one line trace. And if that's the case, and that actually kind of works, that could be sick. That could be super sick. Right, so I'm gonna close the editor. And this is gonna kind of do a similar thing that I did with the spike traps, where I'm just having a timer check a thing every so often. But so in the this song's a bit repetitive. Yeah, I can understand. We can move on to another one. Let's see. Let's see what we get next. Oh, we get the Sorceress Lair. Spooky Swamp. I do like Spooky Swamp. I do like Spooky Swamp as a level. I am schmoovin' and groovin'. I'm not getting on with work. Also, Heater, I realise you've been on Do Not Disturb since last night when we were watching Indiana Jones 3. did you mean to keep yourself on Do Not Disturb, or? But yeah, no, yeah, line trace. I can make a method for this. Essentially, I just need to... Oh, you put it back on. Oh, okay. Let me think. Coyote time. So, can jump. Okay, now I remember. Right, now I remember. Cool. Cool. Right. So that's completely different to how I'm going to be doing this. So I'm going to go into the protected section of the code for the H file. Also, it's kind of funny, like, on stream, like to myself, I just refer to it as the full word. But on stream, because of what I believe what you pointed out, like, a long while back here, I say H file instead of header. Like, instead of header file. Because I don't know if that's, like, the header thing, or if that's, like, another thing that you were thinking of, but, yeah, no, I just refer to it as a H file on stream. So void check for ground. Right. This may actually work. This actually could work, and I'd be very happy if it does. I'm getting way too excited about this. So I'm gonna make this a U property so I can say visible anywhere. So I can keep an eye on it when we're testing this. So bool B is on ground. So bool B is on ground. Gonna go into the player character interface H file. Gonna get that put there. To be fair, I think Spooky Swamp is kind of getting repetitive too. Okay, there we go. U function. Again, it's going to be blueprint native and also blueprint callable. So we're going to get bool get is on ground. And then in the player characters, H file, we're going to go back up to where we have all the other implementations and stuff. So all the way up here, get is on ground implementation. And I know I could, as I said, I could probably make it in line, but so return B is on ground. No, screw it. We're going back to Sunny Villa. We're going back to Sunny Villa for Spyro songs. B is on ground. Cool. In the player controller. So handle forward input. That's where I want to sort of adjust things here. So to do adjust so that when pressing back, if player is on ground, set move mode back to normal. Right, but that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do eventually, but for right now, I do want to just focus on making sure like these checks are being done. So we right. Sorry. Yeah, void check for ground. In the player character, I need to find where begin play is because it's somewhere kind of in the middle of everything. In begin play, gonna say F timer handle, and this is gonna be called ground check handle. And this is kind of similar to something that I would have done in Unity, where I was checking for like whether or not the player's on the ground. However, thing that I did very inefficiently way back when is that I did that every frame. The bygone days where I was less seasoned as like a avid indie dev. Alright, so F timer handle, ground check handle. Oh, it needs to be a pointer, I think. F timer handle pointer. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Oh, it's never used, that's why. So yeah, world timer manager set timer. So we pass in the ground check handle. I also need to double check, so get world. Yep, so that's not it. Set timer, yep, this and then the in rate. Okay, so this a pp underscore player character check for ground, so it's right there. Then in rate, I want this to be probably maybe every 0.5. I mean, that's every 0.5 seconds, and then we'll make it loop. Right. And we don't need to fill in the last thing, because the last thing is, this is the length of the first delay for if we're having this to loop. So if we're looping this, we can have the first delay for this timer just be like, oh, longer than what we would have like every other subsequent loop be, and then just have the actual like rate at which this fires off like be whatever we want it to be. But we're not doing that because that would be a bit silly, or at the very least it wouldn't really work for our case. So check for ground. So f hit result ground check result, and we're gonna say it's either U gameplay stacks or U Kismet system library. Yeah, it's U Kismet system library. So line trace single. We can either do it by profile or by objects or just in general. But this only specifies object types, and that, while this could be useful for later, at the moment we're just going to do line trace single, because that's line trace single by channel. And so we're going to say this, and we need a start and an endpoint. So I think, for the sake of this, I'm going to make another scene component, because at the moment we have one for like where the well, we have one for the sphere cast point for where the wall jump is like handled, and then we also have one for where the projectile is fired from. Here I just want one, so U property edit anywhere category ladder climbing, because this essentially falls under the need for ladder climbing. So U scene component pointer ground check point, and then also U property edit anywhere category equals and then this is going to be a float, and we're going to say ground check length, and then whoop boop 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 boop. Okay, right. So ground check length, la di da di da. La di da di. I'm sorry, chat. This, and then we also need to actually create the thingamajiggy in the constructor. So projectile fire point, then we're gonna say ground check point equals create default subobject of type uScene component, and we're going to say ground check point. I'm going to space it out because, you know, be consistent with everything else. Ground check point And then, of course, we need to set up the attachment, because otherwise, if we don't do that, then whenever we just spawn the player into the world, this component will just stay at spawn. It won't be attached to the player and it won't move around. It needs to be attached to the root component, otherwise this won't work properly. So set up attachment, that is done. I think this is it down here. Yep, ground check result. So this, I'm gonna say f vector check start equals ground checkpoint get component location, and that returns it in world space. And then f vector check end equals ground checkpoint. No, wait, I don't need to do that. I can do check start plus get actor up vector. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this in here. So get actor up vector times -1, because get actor up vector normally just points up. What we want is that we essentially want this pointing downwards rather than pointing upwards. And this is, of course, still dependent on, like, where the actor currently is and where their up vector is. So we're going to get the actor up vector. We're going to invert that. So instead of pointing up, this is pointing down. And then we're going to multiply this by ground check length. So that distance that we want it to check for. So this check start, check end. Also add starts again in 3 minutes for people in chat. The trace type query, we're going to do trace type query 1 false for trace complex, because we don't want to trace complex stuff. Can't remember. Wait, let me check. Line trace single. I just throw in an empty array. That's what I do. I forgot. So I just need to throw in an empty array. So we need a T array of type actor pointer. Oh, A actor pointers. Throw in ignored actors. T draw. We'll do this for duration because I want to test if this is working. And then out here is the ground check result. We're going to ignore the player itself. And then trace color is red, trace hit color is green, and draw time is like 5 seconds. So that's fine. So we've got this basic bit set up. I'm going to test what we have so far, just so we know that this is, you know, actually doing the traces and whatnot. It definitely will, but, you know, you never know. Things might go wrong, as does, you know, quite a bit in this line of work in programming. That's just the expectation. And that is the... Oh, I'll be gone now. Bye-bye. Oh, see you later, Cryoman. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, wait, I switched back to the starting soon screen. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I was checking to see if like this was happening. Oh wait, no, it won't. So if we go into the player blueprint, I need to go into the player blue. Oh wait, ads are starting now. I'm going to take a quick moment's break, just to go to the bathroom and whatnot. I will not be too long. I'll be right back. Just hang on tight. Okay, the ads are done. We are back. Hello. There. Right. So, as I was going to do right before I realized, oh crap, ads are starting. Back into the player blueprint. Back here. Gonna go to where the ground checkpoint is. At the moment, it's right here in the middle of the player, right in the center of the mesh, and we do not want it there. We want it moved down a fair bit. So I'm gonna say put it probably close to where the feet are, and then in terms of the Yeah, ladder climbing. We're going to have ground check strength. I'm going to say have it be 40. That might be a bit too much, but that's okay. Right, so checks are being made. So that's cool. Right, the next thing we want to do is, of course, I want to double check whether or not this is actually returning a hit. So we're going to close the editor quickly. We're going to go here, and for now, we're just checking to see if this is actually, you know, if ground check result dot be blocking hit. So if we actually get a blocking hit on this, so if we actually get like a proper like hit on an object that's supposed to block on this trace channel, I'm gonna print out a log. So UE log temp warning text round found and this is a point where I also need to probably check the default engine.ini again, because going to Twitch project, default, or is it default editor.ini? I think, no, it's default engine.ini. So default engine.ini. So open with Notepad, and then if I'm looking at this, right, so the editor is back open again. So back, oh, not here, I keep doing that, whoops. So back here, I should probably also, oh yeah, no, it is finding ground. Okay, and of course, good thing, it's not detecting the... Okay, so I think... I'm going to go Shift F... Oh, wait, no. F8. So I can actually see... Right, so that works. I also realized that I didn't... Right, so that's... And that is like there-ish. Where is the ground checkpoint on the model? Alright, it's there. That's not where it's supposed to be. That's kind of weird. I thought I said it closer to... Then again, I don't know how close I made it. I want to check. Okay, I think I need to make the check distance a little shorter. So we're going to go back into the player blueprint. I'm going to go here. And bearing in mind, this is what... I mean, to be fair, the models are like the same height. Like, both this model and the model that I made. So, it's not too much of a problem. So, climb... Yep. I'm going to make it slightly shorter. I'm going to make it 5 shorter. And that should still, you know, work the exact same way. Unless it doesn't. Okay, that's a lot better. That feels a lot nicer. So the next thing that we do want to adjust with things going forward is, so first things first, we'll close the editor again because we need to go back into the code and change this. I mean, I think simply put, all we really need to do is say B is on ground equals true. And then else B is on ground equals false. Okay, so... I also realize, wait, what did I realize? I can't remember. Anyway, so we found the ground, we know that's working, so we don't need that anymore, and we also, you know, have the checks anyway, so that's cool. Anyway, so we now have the thing that is saying, you know, B is on ground to true and false. That's working. And at the same time, we now need to check whether or not, like, that can be returned to here. So, if I player character interface execute get is on ground, and we're going to send the controlled controlled pawn. I'm going to say UE underscore log temp warning text. Player is on the ground. Cool. Right, so now we're going to check this. Because this should be working, ideally, but... Okay, editor's back open again. So if we go into the output log and we click play, okay, odd, it's not, okay, that's weird. Oh wait, that's only if, okay, I realize what I've done here. I haven't, you know, Now I remember. Right. So if we go into here, that is of course actually checking for it to see if it's working. Cool. And to be fair, we want to make this check anyway, while we're doing this. So that works. So I'm gonna say, and here's hoping this works. As I said, that's as much as you can hope for when you're doing this. So we're gonna say not only if execute get is on ground, but also if. Wait, no. So forward scale is less than 0. So we're going to say if it's negative, so if it's less than 0, and the interface returns this method as true, so if the player is on the ground, then what I want to do, I want to essentially take this and set it to walking. I want to set it to walking. And then forward direction. Otherwise, then I want the ladder climbing to happen. Now, if this works, then we'll have solved our ladder problem. If not, then, I don't know. I don't know yet. But we will figure it out. We will figure things out. So we will compile code again. Right, okay, open again. So, as I said, like, this still... There we go! There we go! We did it! We actually did it! Right, so, we walk up. Cool, we can climb up the ladder. We can climb from side to side. We walk down. And we're at the bottom. We can walk away from the ladder now. I'm happy with that. We've sorted out the ladder detection issue without having to make anything complicated. We actually managed to essentially expand on what we'd already found. So I'm just I'm just impressed. I'm super impressed with that. So we got that bit done. So, consulting the list once more, we didn't need new ladder detection, not needed, adjusted, old one. So, that little tidbit is done after me putting it off for so long. Woo! Right, I'm just going to say I've done this already, so I'm going to remove this from the list. So the next thing I did say I wanted to do, because it would be a lot more performant if I did, is adjusting the frequency of line traces for the wall slide. So here's how we're going to do this, okay? And now that I've done it the once for, you know, checking for the ground, for the ladder climbing, I'm now in more of a rhythm for it. So I can get this done a bit quicker without, you know, my brain pausing a bit too much. So, of course, we're going to, again, have a... We're going to have a method that we're calling to check this. We're going to have a... No, we already have the point. We already have, like, the actual, we already have, like, all the details find over for how we actually, you know, check for wall sliding on the line traces. However, the thing that I am concerned about, of course, is, like, the frequency of it. And we need it to start when the player is actually, like, you know, considered to be falling. And we only need to sort of set this timer once. And also, we want this to essentially stop when the player lands. We don't want it to, you know, keep checking things after the player has landed, because, you know, that's not how things work with the wall sliding. So we're going to need a timer handle variable to sort of store this. So we're going to need an F timer handle, and we're going to call this wall slide check handle. I'm going to say U property. I don't need visible anywhere for this one anymore because, oh, whoops. Yeah, I don't need visible anywhere for this anymore because that was only for checking whether or not this was actually being set, and it is, so we don't need that anymore. So U property, we're going to need edit anywhere category equals wall slide. Oh, wait, was there a category for the wall slides already? Hold on. Camera, wall jump, wall jump. Alright, there was like the, you know, the other variables made for it, but there wasn't a category given to it. So category wall sliding. Just so we can better organize, you know, variables in the inspector. Meta equals wall sliding. And I'm gonna bring these up to where all the other wall sliding stuff is, because just for the sake of keeping them all bunched together, rather than having them sort of like spread apart, it bugs me less. So wall sliding, that's the category for this. This is gonna be float. Slide check rate. So wall slide check rate, that is, you know, how often we're going to check for this. And most likely we're going to do this like every 0.5 seconds anyway, but and the reason why I'm only doing this, like, for the traces is because adjusting, like, the velocity of something, adjusting the values of a thing, that's not really costly for performance. However, running the traces to check for a thing, checking collisions, checking physics and whatnot, is, well... Of course, it's a lot more costly. It's a lot less performant doing things like, you know, checking that constantly. Right, so wall slide check rate, yeah. But yeah, no, as I was saying, like, having traces happen every frame causes performance issues. Sorry about that. Sorry. Anyway, okay, my brain has paused. Give it a moment. It's waiting, buffering. I need the method. That's what I need. Whew, right. Right, so void. Wall slide trace. So wall slide trace. That's what I'm gonna call it. And then, oh wait, actually, I'm gonna need another variable. I'm gonna need a boolean. This is just gonna be one that isn't accessed anywhere, but I'm gonna bunch it with all the other wall slide stuff. So bool b wall slide trace started. I'm gonna do that, and then in the player character, so where is, I mean, landed is somewhere, so landed, yep, there we go. So b wall slide trace started equals false, and then get world timer manager dot clear timer, and this is going to be the wall slide check handle. Cool. So I'm going to get like the little endpoint of it done now, because, you know, that's literally that done and dusted. So check for wall slide there. Right. Okay, now that I think about it, B-wall sliding is only used in these 3 specific instances. I know I'm going to use them a bit more later down the line, but at the same time, it's kind of weird that I have that. I just for performance reasons, right? So here I'm going to say get world timer manager set timer. So wall. Rider is frozen. Give it a moment. I do like when it... I'm just kidding, by the way. I don't like when it freezes, because it kind of gets me a little bit concerned. So, wall slide, check handle. ATP underscore player character. Yeah, wall slide trace. So in rate, I'm gonna say 0.5 F through, and then we're gonna have that loop. But then I only want this to happen if B, so if not B wall slide trace started. So I'm gonna have this only happen if it hasn't been started yet, and I'm gonna say B wall slide trace started equals true. So in the check for wall slide, this doesn't just, you know, repeatedly happen. So I'm gonna move this right out of like all of the F hit result stuff, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna throw it here, and if B wall sliding, because this makes a lot more sense, I only want this to happen if, you know, wall sliding is currently happening at this point. So also, I don't know why we also have these here. I'm not sure what I was thinking here. I'm gonna remove this. Oh no, actually no, this is in case, like this is originally within, like, the checks of things, or this is within, like, the check. This is outside of the check itself, so this does kind of need to exist. So we're going to take all of this, okay, no, actually not all of this. We're going to take all of this, we're going to take this large chunk, and now this method is just this. We're just checking for the wall slide, and to be fair, I think we could just rename this to wall slide, not check for wall slide, because that's being checked elsewhere. So wall slide trace. What did I name it? I named the method I don't think I actually made a definition for this method. If that's the case, then that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I did not make a definition for this method. Whoops. So I can throw this here now. And hopefully there are no errors. There are no errors. Cool. So now wall slide trace is here. This is where all the checks are being made for the actual wall itself. Of course, that's still there. We can rename this method, because this is not being used to check for things anymore, and it would be a bit confusing. So, check for wall slide. And we're just going to rename this to wall slide. And then simply put, we just rename this. So this is now consistent on both sides. Except for this. Whoops. And now this is consistent as well. So I'm also going to double check their H file to see if there's anything else. I don't think there is. No, that should be good to go. Right. We're going to compile, see if it throws any errors. If it throws any errors, then, you know, if it throws an error, we can fix it. I hope. As I always say, it's all about hope. Or, you know, it's the most you can hope for. Or something along those lines. To be fair, it really is about hope. Should be good to go. Watch it implode on itself. Yeah, it always, there's always the chance. Hey, Zazel. Right, so. I also realized that. Okay, that's not good. Right, so back in the code we go. I'm going to make some quick tweaks to make some checks whether or not this is working. It should still be functioning in the same way. So wall slide, so if not be, then I think for first delay, I should say I'll say the first delay is like 0.1 or like a tenth of the second. We'll do a tenth of the second for the first delay. We'll say UE underscore log temp warning text starting wall slide trace. Hello, so fun fact, I got a month of Xbox Game Pass for free when I bought this PC. So you just finished playing Dark Tide, and I hate how, unlike Vermintide 2, you cannot play solo with just bots. Oh, you have to play with other people. Oh, yeah. I also realized I made a variable for setting the wall slide check rate, and I'm just not using that. So, whoops. Also, actually, it may also be worth having, like, a variable for this first delay as well, just so we can have, like, a bit of control rather than hard coding it. So float initial wall slide check delay. And then in the constructor, we're going to go back up. I'm having fun today, I think. Right, so wall slide check rate. This is going to be 0.5 F by default, and then initial wall slide check delay. This is going to be 0.1 F by default. So now we compile. We do the thing. We compile the code. See what's going on. See if this little thing in my brain has actually helped. I do just like keep looking at, you know, it's so quick. like, you know, it's only been like earlier this month, but it's so quick, you know? So yeah, this should work now. Oh. Oh, right. Now I see the problem. So I have broken a thing. Or not broken it, but I have made it, you know, not function. So, go back into the code. So if we go back down to wall slide. Right, cool. So remember, as I said, these here were outside of like everything. Because in the event that, the trace, or there was no trace happening at all within this method, this would just be set to false and the player would just be able to move normally. However, because the checks are happening once every like 0.5 seconds instead of like once every frame now, it's being inconsistent. So now I'm thinking, so while this may have been like an idea in theory, how I've implemented it may not be the best way of doing it. So I'm gonna undo this. And now if I look at where... Wait, where is... Yeah, this is still called check for wall slide now again. Right, so everything is back to as it was before. I'm still gonna have to create a definition for this. I'm still gonna, like, follow through on my idea of, like, trying to make things a bit more performant for the wall slide checks. However, at the moment, I probably need to look into things a bit more in order to actually get this to properly work, you know, without it kind of, like, cutting out the wall slide and making the player fall and everything. So I'm going to have things go back to, you know, how they were functioning prior, because at the very least, that was working. And I'm going to properly sort out the wall slides at a later date. So we're going to compile again and get this all built or rebuilt again. Oh, check wall slide identifier not found. Yep. I forgot to change that there. Like, don't get me wrong, this will eventually just, you know, be the thing that actually executes the wall slide, but at the moment, yeah, no, how I went about this is not the right way to do it, so, definite changes that can be made, so, yeah, something for another day, something we can figure out at a later point in time. Right, and now just to make sure that this is working again, I'm gonna go here. Okay, this is working again. And just to make sure that I didn't... Oh, wait. I forgot to switch screens again. But anyway, this is working as it was before again, because we reverted it back to what it was. And just to make sure that I didn't accidentally, you know, revert this, we're gonna go down, and then, yep, we can walk away from the ladders. Cool. So, at the very least, we've sorted out the dilemma with the ladders, which was probably the main thing I wanted to tweak with the player, because, to be fair, that was a thorn in my side for so long, like, goddamn. But that is working. I don't think the player really needs to have their air dash adjusted, because in terms of stuff within the test level, I already have that built for, like, around... Oh, whoops. I already have that built around the, current state of the player's air dash. We adjusted the field of view zoom for the player so that it zooms out instead of, you know, zooming in, and I feel like it zooming out works a lot better. Oh, and of course, pausing it still causes a crash every so often. It just happened to cause a crash now, so that's all fun and cool. I still haven't figured out why that happens. It seems to be a bit of a mystery to me at the moment. Right. Now, in terms of stuff to do, I don't think there's too much else to do that I had planned for today. Though, I do kind of want to go over one thing again, and I'm going to go onto, like, the screen for, like, this is what I was trying to reconsider earlier when I was thinking, oh, maybe we could try using finite states. I do want to try going into finite states for the player eventually, because, like, dividing things between different states would probably be a lot better. It's probably better practice as well, but at the moment, this works for what I need it to. If I need to completely refactor and restructure everything, then I can do that. But, and key thing here, is the matter of optimization. So I'm already, like, being mindful of how some things are handled with line traces, because... So... Optimization. So... Line traces I'm already considering. So reduce frequency... And that is always going to be a solution that I'm going to consider. I'm always going to consider reducing how often I'm using, like, line or shape traces. Because, as I said, depending on how often they're used, because they work in tandem with like checking for collisions and whatnot, or at the very least checking for blocking objects. And because that is kind of still like loosely associated with it, it will still have like some of the same performance issues if you were just, you know, checking for both like physics and queries on an object for collisions when, you know, it doesn't really need to at times. And speaking of collision checks, only check physics when needed. Because I'm fairly certain, and this is just me making assumptions based on my passing knowledge of everything in this engine, like, trying to calculate physics collision, like, stuff specifically does require a lot in terms of processing. It does require quite a bit. So yeah, like, it is, like, I should only really use, like, this stuff fairly sparingly. So only use it when I need to. Culling of meshes. So a lot of that is associated with, like, render distance, min-max depth, culling of lighting, even though I don't think lighting would be too instrumental here. Again, that would be a matter of, like, min-max culling depth. Level optimization as well, as I discussed, would mostly be along the lines of level streaming, unloading / loading chunks, and so on. And a whole bunch of other stuff that I went into quite earlier. And also, animations is another part of the optimization as well. And I'll probably, like, I'll make this a bit smaller so I can fit more of the animation-specific stuff, because there'd be quite a bit that I could do for that. So, for animations specifically, and I know I'm probably just going to throw this file away, maybe once stream is done, but for animations specifically, because animations, skeletal meshes, and all that definitely have an impact on, you know, everything as well. So animations, so So only tick when rendered. Pause animations. Visibility-based animation tick. And some other stuff as well related to like min and max draw distance, like culling objects from a distance, level streaming, and also generally just checking a lot of how things function, like minute to minute and whatnot. Anyway, with that being said, with there not being too much else to possibly tackle today, I'm going to end things there for today. So to everyone who showed up and everyone watching things back on the VOD, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this, thank you ever so much for showing up to stream today. I really appreciate it. We're one follower away from 100 followers, and if we manage to do it just before the end of the year, I'm super happy. It's a year since we reached affiliate, which is actually kind of crazy. I don't know if I'll do anything specifically special. I might do tomorrow, considering the fact that it's a break stream. I'm not sure what I will be doing yet. I'll figure something out by the time I go live, so you'll see it in the Discord first. But yeah, stream again tomorrow, and as I said before, if I feel like it, depending on what happens, I will stream on New Year's Eve. I don't know what I'll do for that. I'll probably make it a longer stream because, you know, it's New Year's Eve. Why wouldn't you do a longer stream for New Year's Eve? But yeah, I mean, it's not New Year's Eve tomorrow, it's New Year's Eve on Tuesday, but you know what I mean. But anyway, again, thank you ever so much. I really appreciate you being here. It means a lot. And as always,